Hello. Thank you. Um, all the artwork and everything on my channel and my accounts is made by my artists. But I will let them know that you guys like it. My name is Jenny Leese. I'm the writer and creator of When the Silent Bird Sings, which is the accounts that I'm streaming from tonight. Yes. No. Good night. Good night. I'm working. Thank you. Go on. No. Okay. I love you. What? Didn't I tell you to go to your room? Hold on 1 second. No. I'm on live right now. Leave me alone, please. Really? Hello, what's up? What's up? Um, this doesn't look like a back, but let's keep going. Let's try a different one. Have to learn anatomy. I do not want to sleep, and I love your videos. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you like them. Nice muscular drawing. I like it. Thanks. I'm just kind of like warming up right now. I'm just like messing around. Oh my god, my iPad just died. I was in the zone for a minute. Totally forgot to put this on the charger. Are you reading the comic right now? Yes. Don't read it on Webtoon, I'll read it on the moon. But you can read the first 5 episodes on Lamoon. I mean, on Webtoon, and then you gotta switch to Lamoon. This is Lamoon. It's got like a little lemon icon. You can get it on the App Store. Oh, never mind, just kidding. You can get it on the App Store, Google Play Store, and it looks like this. So if you're reading on Webtoon, you're not gonna be able to read the episode 5 because there is mature content, and his older brother is British. Whose older brother is British? What are we talking about? But yeah, so you won't be able to read episode 5 on Webtoon because it's mature, but you can read it on Lamoon, so definitely check it out on Lamoon. This isn't even charging. Really? Okay, now it's on. Whose older brother is British? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Alright. Let me just show you guys my passcode real quick. That'll be good. Alright, I was like really in the zone for a second. Thank you. I don't know what I'm doing. His body is like way too big for his head, but I'm just gonna go with it. Can I like put this here? Can you guys see it? It's my comic right here. Who's read the new episode yet? Have you guys read the new episode? I think I did his ear too big. I think his face is just too small. Oh, you know what I'm doing? I'm making his ears way too low. Hello. Heiki. This is one of my characters named Young-ho. He is Gia's husband. Thank you. I'm trying. Appreciate it. I just finished drawing a Vayato from Genshin Impact. I'm sorry. Nice. I'm not sure who that is. Hi Tony, I'm good. Just chill night tonight. Sorry, it's a gacha game. I'm just trying to practice to live my art, hopefully. Yes, do it. That's all it really is just practice. Do I use AI for the chibis? No, there's no AI in the art that we have. We just have a really good artist. No, no, he's just really good. He actually sent me, something to show you guys. I just haven't posted it yet, but let me see. He was nice enough to give me a drawing of Taeyang, and he showed me. He gave me the sketch, the screenshot of the sketch. So this is his process here that he's showing. He uses Clip Studio Paint. So you can see that on YouTube. Okay. So he gave me that to show you guys, and I was gonna post it at some point, but he was nice enough to do like an extra little drawing for me for of Taeyang. This is Gia's brother, to kind of squash all the AI allegations, because for some reason, like a week ago, we were just getting so many. I was like, okay, cool, you know, whatever. But yeah, nope. He's just that good. He's just amazing. So that's him drawing for you guys. I'll post it at some point. Yeah. I always ask to get sketches and things from my artists. And before I hire anybody, I always ask what their process is and everything. Like I just hired a new artist today, and I saw some of their stuff, and see, like at this point, I have a pretty good eye on what's AI and what's not. So when I hire artists, I can kind of, tell if it's like real or not. And so like the person I looked at today, I was like, oh, okay, like came across like a random reel that they drew. And I was like, all right, this looks pretty good. Go to their profile, I'm looking around. They only had a few videos, and I was like, okay. So there was a couple things I was looking at, but I said, this is what I do for everybody. I'm like, you have to give me a sketch of my characters, and this way I can just make sure that the style matches, and it also just allows me to see kind of like what they're able to do outside of the work that I see them have on like their portfolio or their Instagram or something. And then when I get the sketch, I look over the sketch and I see if there's inconsistencies in the work that they gave me versus the work that I saw on social media. And the other thing I look for too is like the dates that they posted their content. So with this particular artist that I was looking at today, there was a lot of art in succession. So there's like a lot of different videos that came out like back to back. And that kind of raised an alarm to me because usually like AI artists are able to do that, like just make art like very quickly. But it's not something that I'm gonna, just like immediately be like, oh, they're AI, right? Because they could have batch created a bunch of stuff and like they're just now posting it, like who knows, right? So there was a couple things, and I was looking at like the style. The one thing I look at is ears. I look at ears a lot when I see different people's work, and how consistent they are, not only on the person that they're drawing, but also between the different characters that they have. So like this one person I was looking at today, I was looking at the ears of like one character versus another character, and I did see a little bit of inconsistency, but not so much that I was like, oh, this is AI. It was just, it to me it just seemed more like they just didn't, they were like drawing really quickly and just didn't finish like a couple things on it, or like just kind of like lazily did it, but it still captured the same kind of like style. So I was just like, okay, okay. They sent me a sketch that they were actually working on while I was talking to them, and I was like, okay. And now I just have to see from, what I give them, what they give back to me. And they explained to me like what their process is, which I'm not going to tell anybody, but they already explained to me what their process was, and I was okay with that. So I was like, okay. But none of it included AI or anything. So now I just have to kind of see what they do. And at this point, I do, when I can, I try to ask for the screen recording of the video. And even better if they can like actually show me their hand with the screen, because that, and this is the thing, this is this is something that me and my friend talked about like maybe like a week ago, because we were talking about like this whole AI art thing. And I see so many videos about AI art, and they're like, oh, we don't know if it's AI art. Like, the artist that's like being like said that it's AI, right? They're like, oh, it's not AI, it's not AI. And they show like the screen recording. And I'm like, why don't you just show literally your hand drawing? like like that would solve everything. Like, you guys see my screen right now, like, so that there's nothing like under my, under my stuff, because you know how like Procreate can like hide layers and things like that, or hide references and things. Like, if you actually just record yourself drawing, then there's no AI art allegations. So like it just doesn't make sense to me that these people that get accused of AI show like the screen recording, or they're just like, oh, like, no, it's not that. It's like, show your little hand in front of the screen, and that would just literally end everything. Like, why allow people to literally pick apart your art when all you have to do is just be like, hey guys, this is me, like, drawing on my drawing. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't fucking get it. I don't understand it. I just feel like it would just make so much more sense to do that. But anyway, so when I can, I do ask my artists to send me stuff like that. But I work with a lot of artists, and I trust all my artists, and like I said, I'm a pretty good judge of character at this point. I've been doing this for many years, so but yeah, so um yeah, we'll see with this new artist that I just hired, what's going on, and hopefully everything works out. So no, you're fine. I'm just ranting about it because it's something that um I just talked about with somebody else, and just is like something that comes up a lot. um I have a very particular art style that I like to go for when I look for artists and things. And um, the other thing is that at this point, with what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to make sure all the art looks consistent. because I spent the last year working with like a lot of different artists that had a lot of different art styles, and I just want to try to make the content that we're putting out a little bit more uniform, a little bit more consistent, just to help with people being able to recognize our content. So um, I did hire a lot of artists earlier this year, and eventually just kind of reduce the team to a certain number of artists that are working with me on this kind of content. Can you do an eye drawing tutorial? I'm lame and I don't know how to draw man eyes. Hello. Yeah. No, it's not Ju Jae-kyung. I guess it kind of looks like him a little bit, but um so I mean, this is kind of how I draw eyes for guys. I'm probably not like the best person to give any kind of tutorials, but like um yeah. So I mean, because my style is so inconsistent, like I draw it like this, right? But then I also was just working on something like, oh, where is it? Um like I have this one where the eyes look way different, and there was like another one I was working on earlier though. Where is it? Oh, this one. And then this one, the eyes look like a little bit different too. And like the face and everything looks really different. So, yeah, I'm probably not the best to show for any kind of tutorials, but so like I just kind of go like kind of like an almond shape to start, depending on the style that I'm going for, like depending on that. But I kind of do like that, and then oops, and then I kind of like shape it out a little bit more. And I like to add the water or line or whatever this is, like the little thing right there. And what I do is I add the water line like that, and it kind of just like adds some dimension to the eye, but then also makes the eye smaller because I feel like guys' eyes are just like smaller than female eyes. And I mean, it just really depends for like the iris and things, if that's what this is called, like how you draw that. But you know, whatever. I like to do it like the moon, like half moon shape a lot. So I usually draw like this. And I just don't let it like touch the bottom. Like that. But I mean, it really depends on like what we're doing here, because it could also just be that, like, you know, it could be like so many different things. So, but that's what I do. And then I've been adding this like line underneath, but I haven't really figured out like an exact way of doing it that I like. Kind of like a eye bag situation, and then you can do like eyelashes, you know, or whatever. If you want, that's like what you want to do. Depends on, like I said, depends on like how like realistic you want it to look. And then just depending, like sometimes I'll like bring it this part down a little bit more. Okay, not like that though. That looks like trash. Hold on. Sometimes I'll like bring it down and I'll like, you know, depending on like what we're doing here. I don't know. I can like move that around to where it needs to go. Yeah. Something like that. I don't know if that was helpful or not, but make him look kind of crazy right here. That looks pretty cool. Yeah. I like to make this line if they're like older or like something like that, but usually if they're younger, I just do something like that. And I haven't figured out how to do the lashes thing that people do. They like erase. Oops, not like that. I really need a different brush to do it. I think that really makes a big difference, but there's like a way that they do it. I don't know how to do it. It's like this looks so weird. I don't know how to do it. I think I know how to do it, and then like I can never do it. Like I've seen people do it before. I don't know. They just like erase it somehow, and it's like, or maybe it's like this, so something like that. I don't know. Is it something like this? That doesn't seem right. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to do? Maybe I'm not supposed to like erase it. Maybe it's supposed to be like white. I don't know. I don't do it. Clearly I don't do it, so I don't know how to do it. I do have a lot of brushes. Sorry, this is I usually use the Jasinski ink. Jasinski ink. Yeah. And all of these are just like random like things I've just acquired over the last couple years. I literally don't even use any of these. But yeah, something like that. All right, let's try to give him some glasses. Okay, bye. Okay. Thank you. I'm trying. I feel like these need to be closer. I'm gonna move his eyes closer. Also enjoy the videos. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like the videos. We'll have some more coming out soon, which I'm excited about. My artist has been on vacation for a little bit, so I am excited to get back. I have a bunch of ideas for the next ones. I need to lift his eyes and stuff up a little bit. But I'm gonna just keep going and I'll see. I have to remember that's how you spell his name of the character you're working on. Young Ho. Yeah, yeah. That's so funny because I was literally just about to write his name and then I saw you say that. I was like, I probably should let people know what his name is. Look, he's sad, 9 people. It's totally fine. Okay, so this is like a rough sketch of Young Ho, but I haven't even really been able to get to the line art phase lately, like for a while now, probably like a month. And I've really been wanting to do some rendering, and I haven't even been able to because I haven't gotten through a sketch. So let's kind of like play around a little bit and see what the rendering might look like on this. Let me actually, I'm gonna grab his colors and stuff. Okay. He looks so good, right? Oh, who does he remind you of? Yes or no, want to see your process? Yeah, I'm gonna see what we can do. Just kind of like play around with it a little bit. I don't know how to like use Procreate correctly, so my process is probably super time consuming and probably not the best person to watch doing this, but I actually really enjoy coloring. If you can't see like all the markers that I have here. So the coloring process, I don't mind kind of, you know, doing this. I think it's like the repetition or like the repetitive like kind of movement. It's just kind of like fun to me. It's like relaxing to me. I can kind of zone out. But the actual sketching and drawing process is really stressful because I have to actually like think and I have to like really be focused. But this part is just kind of like relaxing to me. I really enjoy it. I feel like a lot of people, you know, have their different preferences for what they like and things, but that's kind of what I like. Now, I'm not sure. He put these colors. I'm not entirely sure where they go though. Let me see which colors might be going where. This might be like his blush. I think this is the shadow. So I do like the base color. I love coming to your lives and seeing what you conjure up, right? It's like, what am I able to make today? So for something like this, I like to just kind of, God, I haven't done this in so long. Let's see, I usually use the soft blend brush, I think. That's kind of what I usually do. And I have like 2 ways that I usually go about doing this. sometimes I'll do like a harder brush and I'll do it more like I'll add it like this, you know what I mean? And I'll kind of like blend it out. Like I'll like blend out the edges here. Like I'll kind of like do like something like that. And I'll like blend out the edge. You know, so like sometimes I'll do it like that. Other times I might just do it like this, where I just go right in with the soft blend brush, and it's a little bit more muddy of a process because I don't have that like hard brush that I'm using. But sometimes I like using it because I can change the pressure. So like right here, I'm kind of making a hard line, even though I'm not using like a hard brush. And then I can just kind of like do this. Do you see what I mean? Like I can just kind of change the pressure already using my brush, and that way it's a little bit more controlled and things, versus if I go in with a hard brush and then just try to outline everything. Do you see what I mean? And then if I want to go back to kind of like a harder outline, I'll just change the pressure like that. And then I'll, you know, kind of soften the edge and keep going. And it feels much more like painting in that way. So you can kind of already see like it's already kind of like taking shape a little bit. And so yeah, it just depends. It depends. I think it just depends more on how lazy I want to be, like, or how active I want to be in the process. I think I'll use the other way that I just showed you if I'm being more lazy, but I'll do something like this if I want to be more what's the word I'm looking for? More specific, particular about the way that I'm doing my lines and things. Yeah. I also do use the technical pen, like for something like this where I'm kind of like messing around with his face. I like to use the technical pen for some things, to get like more sharp edge and have it be a little bit more, do you know what I mean? Like for the nose too, like I'll use it for the nose. So like here I might do it like, let's see. I like that. I like that. Hold on. Right. So like, actually, technical pen, I'm gonna use this one. Yeah, this has like a little bit sharper of an edge here. And let's see if this is actually gonna work. Well, let me do it again. Okay. Okay. It's a one-time payment, you can use it whenever. For Procreate? Yeah. Actually, I think I go a little bit below here too. Let me see. I like to do like a triangle here. So I'm gonna add that. I might even bring that out. It's been a while, so I'm trying to remember like what I do, like what my process is for this. I do usually like a triangle kind of shape under here. Like something like that. So for lighting, I don't know really how to do lighting, but we're gonna try to follow this guide here. Oops. Yeah, Ibis paint. And then you can add like some shadow here. And so it goes under too. It's like, let me use this one again. And thicken it up. So it's like down to here. And it kind of comes like up and around like that. And then there's a darker shadow. It's almost like black. Which some people do use like black. I don't usually do these kind of shadows like this, like where it's like 100% black, but that's what my artist does, so we're gonna try it. It's like it look weird. It looks weird. I'm doing it wrong, probably. It looks weird to me. But I'll leave it for now. What are you designing? I'm drawing my character Young Ho right now from my comic When the Silent Bird Sings. And we're just kind of playing around with some color. Like I said, it's been a while since I've done any rendering, so just kind of wanted to play around and see what it might be like. I think the soft blend brush is in Procreate. Like, I think it's already like a brush on Procreate, but don't quote me on that because I have bought like a lot of brushes, so I don't really remember. But I was pretty sure that it was a brush in Procreate. But yeah, so I mean, you know, I don't really know how it's supposed to be done, but sometimes I will go in with like, say, like this base color for his body, but I'll use, I don't know if I would use like this color specifically that I'm using right now, but I'll go in with like a darker color, and that will be the color that I actually use to do a lot more of the shading and things, like the color work that shows his skin tone. And it's usually a warmer shade that I use. And then in these like pops of like brightness that shows through, that's where I would add like the highlights and things. Um, so that's kind of like sometimes how I would do it. Now, this is again not like my best work with this, um, you know, whatever we're doing here, but oops. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. Kind of like keep going a little bit. I'll kind of show what I mean by the highlights, by the like the pop of color. Oh, my live got restricted again. Oh, we're back. All right. Is my comic on Webtoon? It's on Lamoon, so you can find it on. Actually, I can go on my phone. I mean, on my iPad. It's called Lamoon. It has an icon like this. It's like a little lemon with yellow. You can find it on the App Store, Google Play. It's called When the Silent Bird Sings. You can also find it on my channel. All my links are on my channel page and on my TikTok, on my account, the link in the bio. I get restricted for breathing when I come on live. Like, I can't catch a break. But this is my comic. It's called When the Silent Bird Sings. Romance drama. It's about, excuse me. Let's see, since I'm restricted, I can probably show this illustration now. I always get restricted when I show this picture. It's about Sunjin Kim. He is the male lead. Ji is the female lead. And this is the guy that I was just drawing. His name's Young Ho. And that's the second male lead. That's her husband. This is her baby daddy. But yeah, so the story follows Sunjin Kim. He returned to Korea from America, and he's there for business. He gets hit by a car, and he has to work with his ex-fiance, who's Gia. He knew that she was married because she left him for Young Ho 7 years ago, but he doesn't know in the story where we are right now that she has a daughter, And a lot of the story is going to be a lot of secrets that everybody's keeping, a lot of um, lies and are being told. There's lots of things going on in the story. It's a drama, so there's a lot of like family things, there's a lot of like personal things, and it just follows Son's kind of journey, um really of like healing from his accident, but while he's stuck in Korea because of the accident and him having to heal from the injuries and things, he's also uncovering a lot of things that he's missed the last 7 years that he's been gone. And we're only in season 1. We're literally only on episode 6. And there's so much more that's going to be coming for this story. Young Ho hasn't even come into the story yet. And we're on episode 6. So I can't wait for him to come in. I can't wait to see that'll unfold when it does. Right. Yes. Honestly, like, me too. Like, I can't wait to read more too. Because it's, like I said the other night, like, it's so different when I actually get to sit down and, like, see all the art and everything. I don't make BL, but Lamoon has BL, so if that's something that you're into, there are a few really good creators on here that have some really good art and things. I would say there's probably, like, a pretty good mix of BL and straight on here. But I think there's some pretty good like BLs on here from some of the mutuals that I have here. So definitely check it out. And right now we're recruiting more creators to put their comics on here, so you guys can have a lot more options for different reads and things. Just make sure the one you choose isn't in French, like me who didn't know. Oh, it was in French. You should be able to change your language. Like, okay, yeah. So like down here, whoops. So like this one's in English and French. So like you can click on the drop down right here, and then you should be able to switch the language like this. So now it's gonna be in French. Yeah. Oops. So, and then I can switch it back to English like this. So now it's back in English. Yeah, figure that out. You can change it. Okay. Yeah. So, we're actually going to be launching the episodes in, hey, I use Procreate, and this app right here is called Lamoon that you can read on. But we're actually going to be, yeah, I figured that out this morning. Okay. We're gonna be launching the story in a bunch of different languages. Some of them are gonna be launching on the 7th. It's like the 2nd or the 3rd right now. So in just a few days, we're gonna be launching Spanish, French, yeah, I think probably we might end up having to start with just a couple, but my goal is to get all of them done. So it'd be like Spanish, French, German, Portuguese, Spanish, French, German, Portuguese, and Thai. And we're also working on Filipino. I'm also gonna try to get Arabic, Hindi, and Urdu. So I'll have like a bunch of the languages here for the episodes. And that'll also be like an exclusive for Lamoon. Even though the series is on Webtoon and things, like you won't be able to get the translation or the translator versions on the other platforms. It'll just be on Lamoon. AI Summary says that I'm sharing the story of my BL comic When the Silent Bird Sings. The AI is so spot on. Oh, cool, yay. 2 different languages for people. Yes. There's been so many requests. I'm looking into Russian too. Yeah, it's just hard because, you know, everything's kind of online and everybody uses AI. So I have to really, really make sure that when I vet my translators that they're not using AI, and I make it very clear to them that I need it to be a manual translation, which means completely without technology or anything. As they should be doing, because it's like if you're gonna use AI, I might as well just have used AI myself. Like, why am I gonna pay you? You know what I mean? But like, I want it to be from somebody who's like a native speaker and can really handle the dialogue and like the conversational like way that it's supposed to be. Um, so yeah, but that's why I pay for translators and I use real people for translations. So one, I can have it be as close to the native language as possible, but then also have them sort of like proofread it and things too. Um, so that's what we do over here. As much as I can, I try to um, have real people helping me um, do the different aspects of the comic. So hopefully the translations will be as close to the languages as possible, um, and make a lot of sense. I don't speak them, so there's no real way for me to know besides being able to just have to trust, you know, the people that I work with, that they, you know, understand the language well enough. But yeah. So, but I'm excited about that, to have the different languages and things. So we'll see how that goes. Sorry I've missed a couple lives. Oh, it's cool. Hey Kate, how are you? I put them all up on YouTube. Um, so they're all up there now too. Yeah. But yeah, so tonight we're drawing Young Ho. And I'm just doing like a really, really, really sketchy sketch of him. AI needs to get banned or something. I know, right? It's so hard because like the companies and like even the president are like using AI. Like, I think it's so crazy that Trump like uses, literally like he'll use AI and like show us like AI pictures of himself. Like, what dystopia are we living in right now? Like, the president's cool with the AI images, so I guess that means there's never gonna be any regulation on it because the president's cool with it. So yeah, we're fucked. Like, we're all screwed at this point. But besides him, like, it's also just the corporations are like so into it too. So, you know, sometimes I'm like, I'm ready. Whatever timeline this is, you know, I'm all set with it. But yeah, let me add some highlights on his chest here. There's no highlight color, but I'll just kind of like pick something. See, I try not to go like exactly white because I feel like it looks kind of weird. So, actually, no, I'm gonna go. Okay. Okay, so there's like two different types of highlights that I do. I do like the shiny highlights. Those ones I do white, but then I do like the skin highlights. I'll do like a pink color. Usually, if I'm doing like this kind of a character with like a lighter skin tone, um, so it'll be like almost like a bright pink color. Well, let's see how this looks on him because he's kind of like a lighter, darker. So, do you see how it's like, it kind of like blends in a little bit with his skin, but it shows up really bright, but it's not white. Does that make sense? And then I found that it just at least in my opinion, when I do it, because I haven't learned to do it differently, I think it blends well with the skin, the lighter skin tone. Do you know what I mean? But then that pink, I find that pink adds like a little bit of warmth back into the skin too. So if we do it like gray, then it's like, I feel like it's like, it like um, makes the skin like too cool or something. It's like too, do you know what I mean? We can do this and then I'll maybe kind of like, I'll go like back and forth between the darker and the lighter. That's like a lot, so I'm gonna kind of just like try to bridge a little bit. I don't know. At least this is usually the process I do coloring, but like I said, I haven't done like the muscles and like the actual skin rendering in so long, so don't quote me on it. Don't come for me. And I have no idea about how to actually do any lighting or anything like that, so we're just okay. That looks really weird, but do you see kind of how it feels like the chest is like lifted? It's like the white is in the center, so it's like kind of making it look like it's like lifted a little bit, like it's like dimensional, like it's like rounded is like what I'm saying. Yeah, like you can tell that his chest is like popping out, you know what I mean. Yeah. But that's kind of like how I like to do it. Like I'll do like it's like darker to lighter, and then at the top or like the center or like the top or whatever, it's like gonna have the most kind of light to kind of show that it's like, you know, got some roundness to it. So I don't even know what color I just used for this because I didn't save it, so we're gonna just do it with whatever color, I guess. And do it like this. I don't know how it looks to you guys. I don't know if it looks okay or not, but like on your side of it. Okay, so see how we kind of started with like the light skin tone, but because we're using the different shades of this kind of darker shadow color, it's like I'm using this undertone color. I don't know if I'm using the right terminology, but I'm using like the undercolor to have that be what's kind of showing through the shadows. Does that make sense? I don't know how to explain it like an art person, but it's um that's like the best way I can kind of explain it. So it's like I'm doing like layers of color, like I feel like that's obvious, but like I think you know what I mean. Like so instead of making him darker and then adding a highlight on top, I am coloring around the highlights with the shadow color. So the highlights feel more natural like. Okay, you get it? Okay. uh and a non-artist tries to explain art. Yeah. Um I don't know what's going on with his collarbones, so don't ask me. I don't know. We're just gonna skip over that part. But yeah, I mean, so this is like a pretty basic um like base shadow type of a thing that I did. And then I would go even darker. Um but I would do it like, this is kind of where I would start to use like the technical pen, and I would just kind of try to outline some of these. Not this specifically. This is gonna look really weird because I don't even know what I'm doing right now with the with the muscles here. Like I'm not even like doing it correctly, but let's see, if I was gonna do it like right here, right? Like the underside of the collarbone. Or whatever, I don't know. Or let me do it, maybe I'll do it like maybe I'll do it like right here. So I'll do like a thicker line, a darker shadow, and then I like to just Gaussian blur it. Okay, you can't see it because the line art is there, but so I kind of did this. I kind of did like something like this. Again, don't come for me for these lines. They're not the accurate way of drawing this, but I'll do it like this, and then I'll just like Gaussian blur it like that. Okay. Do you see what I mean? So it looks really weird because again, this isn't really how this should look with the muscles, but this is just kind of how I understand how to do it. And usually that's fine, but I don't like this line here. It's like too much. I feel like I like put it too far in. So let me, okay. You know what, actually we're just gonna leave it. So basically what I was trying to say is that I'll do that, and then I'll just lower the I'll lower the opacity just a little bit so I can, do you see what I mean? Do you see how it like changed it? I'm gonna eat your ourselves. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Thanks guys. But do you see what I mean? Like that really gave like a really nice crisp kind of like outline. And whatever this is right here, but do you see what I mean? So it's like, okay, yes, but then we're gonna just lower it, and you can adjust how much you want to show, you know what I mean? But like just doing it like maybe like right there, like to, that's like 20%, you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, it just gives a little bit more pop. Let me try to do it like, I'll do it right here so you can see it better. So again, I do the technical pen. Let's see, because if I did the untitled brush that I have here, it just isn't, like, it's like too thick. Like I want a little bit of a taper here, so I'm gonna do, okay. Do you see what I mean? Like that taper right there, instead of like the untitled brush is just kind of like one, whatever that's called, thickness or something. So it's like this, and then I just Gaussian blur, so I kind of spread it out a little bit so I don't have to sit here and try to like blend it. Just kind of like do it like that. and that works perfectly. And then that's really dark, so I'm going to go into the opacity and just lower the opacity, so that gives me like a really nice striation, like a muscle striation, without having to do a lot of sort of, you know, blending and moving and things like that. Do you know what I mean? I'll do it here too. It's like that muscle there, but then I'll do like a line right here. So I'll do like that. And again, I use like the technical pen, so I have that nice taper line. Because I'll show you what happens if you do the different brush. Like, it's just too thick. There's no stabilization on this either, so we can't draw a straight line. But do you see me? Do you see what I mean? It's just like one thickness, and then when I do the Gaussian blur, it just kind of like looks funky. Do you see what I mean? So it's like, okay, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do the technical pen. And these are all brushes that are literally just free. They like come with Procreate, so it's nothing crazy. And you can kind of get these same kind of effects and things. So just like something like that, and then Gaussian blur to kind of like spread it out, and then, whoops, and then we're going to do the opacity. Let's see. Something like that. Okay. So let's go in with some highlights. When did you realize you had the power to draw stuff like this? Well, let's take a look back into my my art account, because I did post like a lot of my art on here. Okay, so it was definitely around like Sukuna. That was the last drawing that I did for my art journey, and I kind of figured out that I could use the Gaussian blur and the opacity to make the lines. I think that's how I actually did this. I didn't know how to do any like shadow or shading or anything like that for this. This was like 2 years ago. So it was definitely around here that I figured out that I could do that. But all my stuff before this was like very muddy. Like I didn't know how to do any of that, you know what I mean? I had a very harsh line kind of style. I studied Jujutsu Kaisen style for a while, and I was kind of like playing around with that. I have like some Jujutsu Kaisen stuff, but even then I still didn't understand. So like even with this one, this is San, like my first drawing of San. You can see I kind of did the same thing. Like I used the technical pen, I softened the line, but I didn't know how to do any of the shading or anything like that. So we went from that to this now. And one of my other ones, let's see. Oh, this one I really like. This was the first time that I learned how to use color to paint, and to use color to paint clothes, and using like different gradients of color. I don't know if that's like the right term, but I use like a lot of like purple and different shades of blue to do this. It still looks really bad because I didn't know what I was doing, but it was the first time that I really was like, oh wow, there's like, you know, ways to make clothes look real without, you know, by just changing the color. I tried to do it again here and I could not replicate it. So it was one of those things where I just kind of like figured out how to do it, but then I didn't know how to do it again. And I figured out how to do it not that well, not that great. This is one of the only recent ones that I have that I kind of started doing a lot. I really like making my characters look wet. So I kind of, came up with like this style of color, and I don't know if it's like great or not, but it just is kind of what's made sense to me. I have a question and love your art a lot. Thank you. What's the question? So I'll just add like some highlights on the top. And sometimes I go white, but like I like to just add, like I said, like just a little bit of pink to it. When drawing from scratch, how can you get the body proportions right? I don't know how to answer that like technically, but like what I do is just kind of eye it. I don't know if that's helpful, but the only way that I really do it is I look at the head, and my proportions are like crazy sometimes anyway, because I don't really like start it off properly. But like for this one, um, I just kind of look at the head, and as long as the head is about the same size as the chest, and then maybe one more in the center, and then one more from like the belly button to the bottom of the pelvis, that's sort of how I look at it. And literally, that's just my style. So, um, you know, people tend to do their styling differently. Like some people have more of a like realistic style and it's very specific. Their torso's a lot shorter. I like to have more of like a longer torso. Um and like bigger, thicker muscles and things. So like my proportions are just really different. But I know there's like a head thing, like there's some kind of like head measurement thing. It's like 6 heads or something like that, from like top to bottom. But that's just kind of like general. If I'm just sketching like this, I'm just like, okay, the head is about that size, and I just kind of eye it at this point. This one has a little bit of a perspective going on with it, so it looks a little weird, but let's see, another one I have. Like this one here, I think might be better to show. So like, okay, if I was to like take, if I was to go like this, right? It's like there to like here, or yeah, like just about that. And then just kind of, just by like eyeing it, it's like, okay, kind of something like that. And then again to like the bottom of the pelvis here. Okay. So do you kind of see what I mean? Like I didn't measure it or anything when I was drawing it, but I just kind of eyed it. And this is kind of like how I measure for my style of art with my guys. And it helps me to keep the head from being too small too, because that's like, something people always say, like with guy drawings, like, oh, the head's so small, like the body is huge, like those yaoi proportions or whatever. So this helps me to kind of like keep it in perspective. And then also I look at it too when I do the shoulders too. Depending on the guy that I'm drawing, but usually the head is about the same width. Like this is actually like perfect. And again, I didn't like measure this or anything. But just being able to like look at it and sort of, that's kind of, yeah, That's actually like kind of crazy how like exact that is. Yeah. So do you see what I mean? This is actually like a really good. If you want to like screenshot this, like maybe you can screenshot it. Um but yeah, that's like exactly how I do it with my eyes. I'm just like, okay, here's the head, and then after about 7 sketches, we get to something like this, and this isn't even like done yet. So I sketch a lot to just try to even get to, you know, something that looks decent. Because again, I haven't figured out how to do it the right, like start a drawing like the right way yet. You're awesome as well. Okay, good. I mostly use stamps. I want to do better from scratch. Yes, definitely. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. It's hard. It's like that's what I said. Like I like coloring because like this part of it is like so hard for me. Like I'm like literally sitting here like super focused when I draw. But yeah, so that is kind of like that situation. I was just curious. I'm like, maybe did I do this right too? I feel like his chest is a little bit smaller than what this would be. Oh, it's actually like pretty much the same. Yeah. I feel like his chest is still like a little bit shorter than I normally would just because I wasn't drawing like on a full page, but it's about the same here too. And then I would just go like, okay, from the, you know, edge of the shoulder, which probably would be like over here, like, yeah. But if you have, you know, depending on like the, you know, buffness of your guy, the shoulders might be more slim and things like that. Sorry for putting my 2 cents in the matter of proportions, my bad. What do you mean? Sorry for putting my 2 cents in the matter. Help from everywhere is very awesome. Oh, did you say something? Let me see. I love the rainbow sketch. Right? I have a book that helps me with body proportions. Oh, okay. What's the book? Like, drop it in the comment. I visualize the shape, then try to draw the shape. I can get the arms good, but when I get to their waist and such, I fail. What do you mean? I'm drawing from scratch. How can you get the body? Okay. Visualize the shape, then try to draw the shape. That will help you get better at it. Okay, yeah. See, I feel like I do that when I first start, but then I was trying to do that here with this one, and I still didn't get it right, but I've been trying to work on the back, and it's so hard. How do I do this? Oh, yeah. So I was like, oh, look at the shapes and trying to do the proportions. And like this is what I mean. Like I did the back so big, and then I was like, nah, we gotta crop it down a little bit. And then I was like, all right, let me try to do it without doing too much. And we kind of started out decent, and I was like, okay, the shape started to make sense. And then I did this, and I was like, this isn't right. I was like, that's not a back. It's point character drawing Taco 1 from Lezen. Wait, what? What? Taco 1 from Lezen? What is that? What were we talking about? Okay. So for the highlights, I usually just use the technical pen, and I'll do kind of like, I feel like I changed the canvas size, and now I feel like my stuff is really small. Like my strokes are really small on here. But I like to do kind of like this like drippy kind of, but my brush thickness is really tiny, so it looks kind of weird, but do something kind of like this. I don't know where, like, I don't know what I'm doing, but you get the point. Not exactly in these exact places, but just the idea of it, and kind of like drippy like that, kind of something like that. And then again, I do like I think I do Gaussian blur. Yeah, a little bit of Gaussian blur to maybe like, let's see, maybe like right there, like a 9-10%, because then I think I would do the opacity. Maybe I don't do the opacity. Maybe a little bit. So that's not where this would go, these lines, but that's sort of how I would do it. Like I would just add these kind of like drippy lines, and it would be kind of like wherever I want the highlight, and then I do the same thing as before, like the Gaussian blur to kind of smooth it out without making it muddy, and then sometimes change the opacity depending on the situation. But yeah, so that's what we got going on here. I kind of want to see him without the line art. Like, what is that gonna look like? Oh wow, that actually looks really cool. That looks really cool. It looks really bad, but it looks cool. Wow, you can like really see it without the line art now. Like blending it a little bit more, like this would actually probably look pretty cool, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I do actually like the black line there now too. Okay. There we go. There he is. So, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do the nipple too. I wanted to show how I do that. Hi Sage, what's up? Let me see if I remember how to do the nipple. So the nipple, so of course, like it just depends on, you know, the person and things like that. But I usually like to draw the guys with like darker nipples. Like Youngho San both have darker. But let me see if I remember how to do it. Let me actually look at my other drawing here. So you can see, like, I like to have darker nipples for them. So, okay. This is from a while ago. I kind of changed the way that I do it now. Oops. So let's kind of see if I can remember. So I like start with a circle or like an oval kind of situation. And let me take the liner off. Okay. Alright, so I think if I remember correctly, it's like, Oh, okay. And then I Gaussian blur that. So it's like that. Okay. Okay, for sure. So we Gaussian blur it. I think that's the key because you don't want like a harsh line around the edge. So like you Gaussian blur a little bit, and then for this I'm gonna do a darker color. I don't know what shade, but it's on a different layer. It's gonna be like the shadow, or let me see. It's like the what do I do? Circle. Or no, I do another circle. And I fill that in. Okay. So that's like the top, and then my Gaussian blur that. So we're looking at it like this so far. And then, okay. Hold on, I gotta look at something that I drew before because I want to make sure I do this right. Let me see what I did before. Let's see. Where is it? I did like a really good one before. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find it here. Okay, here it is. Yeah. Okay, yeah. We're cooking now. Okay, so I did. Okay. So this is blurred. I need to blur this even more, actually. Like, this needs to be like even more. And then okay, so we're gonna I'm gonna take that out actually. Okay, so we have this, and then because it's from the front, we're gonna do let me see him. I'm gonna do this a little bit lighter actually. Let me see. I think maybe I can do it a little bit lighter. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, let's just work with that then. So we'll do, so then I need a line art. I need black, so I need a line art. It's gonna be, okay, so then it's like, I do a darker color, so this color but darker. And it's like, whoops, I do underneath the line art. So to cast a shadow here, so cast a shadow here, and then on top, like that kind of. and then blur it a little bit. But then there's a highlight color, so it's like this color but lighter. But I'm gonna go in with the pink a little bit and see what that looks like. And then, and then okay, that looks like kind of crazy, but this is just the process on this one. This isn't like doing what I wanted to do. This is how I showed that I did it before, but sure. It's not coming out the way that I have here. His jaw is snatched. Hello. I'm gonna try. What? Oh. I don't know. I'm doing something different than I did before, but we'll just kind of like see. Okay, I don't know. It's not the way that I did it before, but okay. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done that, so I'm gonna have to practice again and remember how I did it. Because I'm looking at the one I did, and it looks really good. It's on my laptop screen. It's on my Patreon too, so if you guys are on the Patreon, the one I'm looking at specifically is the drawing I did of Gia, where she's like thick, 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 thick. And she's got these like netted, like these like netted legging things, or like whatever you call it, net leggings or whatever, stockings. And I did this one a while ago, but I really like the way that I did the rendering on this one. Very glossy, glistening skin, and the nipples look really good. If I should make my own story comic on Lamoon, yeah, go for it. Well, when I can get enough money, I will have to join Patreon to use that for my wallpaper. PC. Do it. I have an SFW version too. But of course, you know, we got the NSFW version. Yeah, I mean, if you are a creator and you have a story or a webtoon that you're working on or whatever, definitely Lamoon is a great place to be. As an indie creator, there's no contracts, there's no pressure, it's very flexible. So for me as a mom, working mom, this is something that is really appealing to me because of the flexibility. I feel like for the way that my lifestyle is, having a contract would be very stressful because of the deadlines and everything like that. So knowing that I can kind of do the comic as I want to, and I don't have to basically report to anybody, is amazing. I love that. So if you're kind of like that, kind of like me, then this is definitely a great way to do the comic without with the same benefits that you get with a contract. Like, you're still gonna get paid depending on how you want to monetize your series. You still will get to, you know, have, you know, people read your story and everything like that, but without all that extra pressure and everything. Good to know, since I like how Lamoon is better than Webtoon. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Better than Webtoon. And it's just harder, you know, like Tapas and Webtoon have very strict kind of guidelines on and like requirements on how they monetize series. Like, just to do their ad program on Webtoon, you have to have like a godly amount of traffic and people reading your story. I think it's like 100,000 like monthly views or something like that. Just to get the little chunk change that you get on or whatever on Webtoon. Pennies, probably. Dimes, I'm sure. Lamoon is really great because if you can, you know, if you have a story that is something you can monetize, it's about, it's like a 70-30 split on the revenue, which in my experience is about 27 cents an episode, which might not seem like a lot, but if you can consider, you know, every person that will end up reading all your episodes and everything, it can add up to a little bit. And honestly, in this industry, in this space, it really is a lot of money compared to, like I said, compared to what you'll probably be receiving at, you know, Webtoon or anything with like the ads and stuff like that. As long as you can, like I said, as long as you can figure out how to get your comic in front of people and stuff like that. But yeah, I really like that it's so flexible. Like normally webtoon contracts like or comic contracts like that, they're about 50 to 60 panels an episode, and they want an episode a week, or maybe like 3 times a month, if you're lucky. So I mean, if you can think about it, like 60 panels every week, like 240 panels a month. That's a lot, and it's also like a lot of story too. So for me, I like that I can tell the story as I want to, pace it as I want to, and just like I said, like have that flexibility and not only like the production of it, but also just the storytelling aspect too. Yeah, it's hard to do that all in 1 month. It's really hard, especially like a lot of people I know that are doing it on their own, that don't have like assistants or anything like that. It's amazing, honestly, how everybody's doing that. I could never. Personally, that's why I have an art team. I have a bunch of people that help me do the art part. But even just writing the story is hard. I am writing my story and it's still hard. It's still super time consuming, so I can't imagine doing all of it at the same time. I think you guys are amazing for doing that. Right. I know. I know. So, yeah, tell your friends and tell, like, whatever, whoever to read, and if they're interested in becoming a creator, if they have a story that they want to tell, um, at their own pace, and just really, I mean, even just to like kind of get the idea out there and see how people like it. But you can let me know if you have any questions or anything about the platform or anything like that, uh, for reading or for being a creator. More art friends, Sally. I'm a lonely artist with no art friends. It's okay. Instagram, Twitter, is another place. TikTok. Can make some friends and things. I have all those things. I'm just scared to post my art is something too. Honestly, I was the same way. Like, I drew a lot of stuff, but it took me a long time to to post, because I was just nervous. That people would like judge me. I had a lot of like imposter syndrome too. Although I think I still have a lot of imposter syndrome, honestly. So I still don't think that I'm an artist. But yeah, I had like the same issue. Like I was like really nervous about posting and feeling like people would be like, wow, that's such shit art. Like what the fuck is that? But just being amongst all the artists and everything, that's why I felt like that, because I'm not an artist. So I was like, I'm a writer and I'm drawing and I feel very out of place. And Um, all these other artists are gonna like see my stuff and think it's like so bad, but uh, when I started posting and then I realized like, oh, nobody's seeing this. I was like, oh, okay, it's not that bad. I have like 0 likes and 0 views, so that helped me post for a while. Until I started to, eventually kind of network a little bit, and but at least at that point when I was starting to have people see my art, it was like people that I was like personally friending, like similar to what Munchie just said. Like I had reached out to them, or like we were somehow like following each other or something mutually. So the people that did like the art were like mutual kind of people. Do you know what I mean? So for a long time it was like that. It was just like 2 likes, but it was like the same like 2 people, and it worked because I had to get over my fear of posting first, um, and just pressing submit, like, you know what I mean, just pressing post, and that helped for a long time to be able to do that in that way. Um, but I also wasn't posting like reels or anything either. I was just posting like the pictures, so they really didn't go anywhere. At that point, if you start posting like reels and things, like it'll definitely probably find people, and I'm not really sure how that would go. Like most of the time I feel like people are pretty supportive, but especially if you do like fan art and stuff, I think people are pretty supportive, and like you could get like a lot of followers and support that way and things, but it just really depends on like what your plans are, because I always say like if you're making an art account, you should always have like an art account and then like a comic account, or like a front facing kind of comic account or something. Keep your art separate from whatever project you're working on, because you don't want to start to do like fan art or something like that and get like a lot of followers for that, but then try to sell them like a comic that has nothing to do with the fan art that they were looking at initially. So just keep that in mind. True, yeah, I feel that I'm scared how that will turn out though. Um, yeah, I mean, so like I said, I think, God, I think for the most part though, like, at least in my experience, being, like I said, like a non artist and having real trash art, like, I thought people would care so much, and people like don't care. And they're actually really supportive. Um and I think it's just a lot more of the fact that you're even doing it, that there's like respect there and admiration in that aspect, because this isn't like an easy thing to start. Like, I'm gonna start drawing, I'm gonna start art. So the people that you'll find that are that the that kind of content's going to, and that are even consuming that kind of content, are going to be other artists. And most of the time I feel like other artists do get what it's like to have started, and the kind of journey that comes with that. So yeah, definitely you know try it. And if anything, let's see, I don't know if there's a way to like private the post that you make, or like I know like on TikTok you can post it but like have it only be for yourself or something like that, and then later you can switch it. I don't know if you can do that on Instagram though, but like that could be a thing if you were like really really concerned about it or something. But yeah. It is so cringe though. It is like so cringe to like post to like nobody and then also have like beginner level art. Because trust me, like that was me. I was like, this is so weird. But but like I said, like posting to the void actually is kind of nice sometimes because it's like it's just you in that space. So you just kind of have to worry about yourself and just making it a habit. And then hopefully, you know, by the time that people do start finding you and everything, you feel a little bit more confident about it. I don't know if you can do that for Insta. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah, I can't wait, and I'm more afraid of I don't like my art, but will others like it? You know. Hmm. Yeah, I can understand that. The best thing I can say too in general about it is just that this whole art thing is just like a whole entire journey. And if you're a true artist, then this is like a lifelong journey. So there's gonna be lots of like evolutions and um, change that you're gonna go through. And the best way to look at it is that whatever phase you're in right now is the phase you're in, and if you embrace it and just keep going and try to get better every day, you know, eventually you'll evolve and you'll be in the next phase, and then you can embrace that phase and just keep going on. um do you know what I mean? Because we kind of have to just like sit in the moment that we're in and the phase that we're in, and not even just for art, you know, for like life too, and really embrace like where we are right now. And I had to do that too. Like I'm saying that because I literally had to do the same thing. Like there was one point in the journey where I literally hated drawing. Like I hated it so much and I like didn't want to do it anymore. But I knew I was on this like 1 year journey and I like had to finish the journey I committed to doing. So or like this 1 year challenge. And it just became a matter of like discipline, like sketching every day still, and really posting and just being like, I know eventually I'll get better. It's gonna take a long time, it's gonna take a lot of work, but like eventually I'm gonna get better. And I just have to embrace the literal cringe of like the phase that I'm in right now, that I hate my art. Let me like show you some of my stuff so you understand what I'm saying to you, because like I personally really had to go through this. Um and again, I have like no technical background. I don't know anything about art. So I was doing things that made no sense, that looked really, really wonky because I just didn't know what I was doing. But I still had to sit and, you know, and embrace that kind of phase and just really hope that eventually I could get better. This one, it says, I drew this November 29th of 2023. And that's kind of like where it was before, which is totally fine. But I was there before, so like I had to, when I was here, think about like, if I keep going, I will get better. But if I stop, I'm not gonna get better. I'm never gonna learn. I'm never gonna get better. This is another like, um, you know, kind of wonky one, but you know what I mean? I was like, this was the reference. there was a lot of times because like I said, I didn't watch YouTube videos. I just looked at stuff. Like I literally looked at this and I was like, okay, let me try it. I didn't know what I was doing at all. I just looked at stuff and tried to replicate it. So, for a long, long time, I had to sit in the fact that I didn't know what I was doing, and this stuff was going to continue to look really kind of wonky. So that's all. Just that's the best thing I can say is just like really embrace where you are and just sit in the moment of it. Like really and also like like I said, the reason why I have all my art up here is so I could look back on it through the 1 year that I was doing this and watch my own journey, like watch myself get better. And this was all throughout like a year, like a year and a half or something that I was like posting into the void. Like some of these like have like 7 likes still. Like totally fine. I only have on this count like what do I have? Like not even 300 followers and it's been like that for like 3 years or like some shit like that. So like this is me not making any effort to grow this page, but um what I'm trying to say though is that like so I had a post for myself to go through the cringe, but also because I knew that eventually I would get better and then I could always look back because I think it's so important like with art but also in life just to like I said embrace where you are but just like stay so present in the moment and if you are able to do stuff like this it's really special because you can literally see your own growth. And I feel like a lot of times we're going through life and we don't really sit and reflect a lot on, you know, how far we've come with things, especially like when it comes to like improving ourselves and or like whatever it is that we're trying to do. So if you can do something like this, like set a goal. Like for me, I did 30 days and these were kind of like within the first 30 days. I said I'm going to do 30 days of posting and things just to get there, and it was a challenge. And but when I got there, I said, okay, let's go for a year now. Let's see if I can actually do it for a year. And that's how I ended up getting all these different pictures and things. So set goals for yourself, set like small goals for yourself, and then from there you can kind of expand on it once you hit those milestones. But don't set too big of goals because it's gonna be harder to stick to that. But do like 30 days, then you can do like maybe 2 months, then you can do 3 months. And hopefully by 3 months, it should have become like the initial cringe should have kind of like subsided a little bit. It would become like really routine at that point, and then you can continue from there. It probably will be like a lot easier after 3 months. But if you're like, oh, I'm just gonna go for a year, like no, that's not gonna work. You have to and the reason why you do it in this way too, like you set these small goals, and even like you'd set goals within that 30 days, those like initial 30 days. You'd be like, let's go for the first week. And then once you get through the first week, it's like reflect on that. Sit in that. I got through that week. Okay, let's go for another week. Sit in that. Reflect on it, embrace it. And by the time, like before you know it, you'll have gone through the whole month. So definitely make some time to, like I said, like reflect on the journey that you're in, embrace where you are right now in the phase that you're in, and just know that it'll be over before you know it, and you'll have hopefully a lot of cool art that you've made, and then you'll just kind of keep going. So I did my 1 year journey, and I started another one um the year after. So like 2025 I was going to go into another one, but uh, I didn't really get a chance to, but I kept drawing like here and there, and um try to just kind of like do it more in a more like leisurely way, so I didn't feel so much pressure, cuz even though I'm talking about it like I am, it still was like really hard to go through that one year. Like I had a lot of days and a lot of moments where I was like, fuck this, like why am I doing this? But I still got through it. So the second year I definitely decided to do it more leisurely and to just kind of do it when I felt like it. And this year I've been focusing a lot more on getting better at some smaller like technical things like storyboarding and doing like quicker sketches and things, like just trying to get faster. um and I feel like I've gone a lot faster with sketching, but just from like kind of doing it more and more. Yeah. Yeah, I have plans eventually to do more with my personal art account, but I'm just like, then I gotta draw. like, like really have to draw and edit these videos and things. So I'm just kind of like holding off on that for a little bit, but I still have all the art and everything that I've done. And unfortunately, a lot of the art that I tend to draw is like spicy-ish, so I can't really show it too much anyway. Um, yeah. Right. Yeah. It's only spicy because I don't know how to draw close, and I'm like trying my best to avoid having to draw close. So, abs it is. Abs it is. But yeah. So, what was I doing before that? Like, did I finish drawing earlier? I don't even know. I like started talking and going on a rant. I think I'm pretty much done. Oh yeah, I was working on the nipple. I'm pretty much done with this. I don't think that there's anything else that I'm really gonna do with this tonight. Um, I feel pretty good about this though, considering like some of my other sketches have been very like not great. So like, you know, it took me about a week to finally draw a decent looking face. Um, that too has the spicy to be great. I love seeing anyone else do sketch. Cool. Yeah. Do the squares. I know, but then it's like I'm in school. I'm like, I don't want to think. Like, I don't want to think. I was like, let's just veg out. Like, let's just kind of like shut my brain off and like sketch something. Yeah, and anytime I can get some Young Ho, I'm gonna get it. Okay, so we did some Young Ho tonight. I did whatever this is, and I tried to do a back. It looks crazy. We're not about it, but hey, it's a sketch. It was like a warm up. I still have this thing that I have to do for Valco. Maybe next year I'll finish it. I don't know. I have like the sketch here. But that's pretty much it. That's like pretty much all I've been doing lately. I haven't really done too much. I was in like a werewolf phase, which is like so ironic now. Like so weird. That's so weird. I have a bad habit of like not finishing my sketches. I'm not here to finish them though. We did that before. At this point, I'm just here to practice. I'm just here to kind of just like live in the moment. But it's so weird to think like I was like really in a werewolf moment, and then Valco came out, and now that Valco's gone, it's like these werewolf drawings I did just like are really hitting me in a different way now. Do you know what I mean? Like, damn. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, damn, that's like so weird. That's like so weird that I was like randomly like, oh, I want to draw some werewolves. And then literally Valko came out and now he's fucking gone, dude. Like, what the hell? I drew another one though. Where is the other one I drew? I think the other one was kind of cool. I don't know. I have so much shit in here. I feel like some of my drawings are like disappearing, or I just like don't have things organized enough in here. So like there's some older drawings I have. I'm like, where the hell are they? I have no idea. Some stuff's probably in these like folders I have. This is another one I have to finish at some point. I don't know when I'm gonna get back to it. Here's some storyboards that I like should be working on, but I keep procrastinating and hanging out with you guys instead of doing the work I'm supposed to be doing. But we're not going to talk about that part. Moving on. I did a werewolf one. Oh, here it is. It's like super low opacity. That's why. Okay, how do what layer are we on here? Here we go. That's why I couldn't find it. I drew this the other day. I kind of like this one, even though it was kind of like basic, but I've been like super into werewolves. I was like, all of a sudden, I was like, I just really want to draw werewolves. Like, I just wanted to draw some wolves, and yeah. And then we got some Valko. You love the hanging out though. Right. Same. This is a commission I have to finish, but I want to redraw her face, but I have to figure out what I want to do with that. I tried to do some animation the other day with my son, but I don't know what the hell I'm doing, so that's what we got. I don't know, but I've been wanting to do like animation. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, so I don't know how that's gonna go, but it's just been kind of like fun to play around with it. But yeah, Munchu, I have all these like really unfinished sketches that I'm like never gonna get back to. But the practice. Like I'm just here, I'm just hanging out, I'm just vibing. I drew this for my son. Well, it was like I traced it from this picture he had or something. It was like this one here. He drew it, and then I traced over it, or like I redrew it or something. And we made it like a little sticker for him. So that was cute. Oh shit. But yeah, I am like hardcore procrastinating, guys. I have to finish doing the storyboard for part 4 of this episode, and I've been procrastinating on it for so long. Like, it just, I can't figure out what I want to do with it. There's like one specific part in it that I just am struggling with so bad. Should we go over it? How many people are in here? Got like 2 people in here. Should we go through it? Maybe that's what I should be doing right now. I should be trying to figure that out. Let me see. I have to think about like where I put the files. I think I have them in my iPad here. You guys can see some spoilers for one of the episodes coming up, because I have to get to it this weekend. Like, I can't keep putting it off. All right. See, the thing is, like, I don't know how to do perspective. I don't know, like, when it comes to storyboarding, like, I just don't know. To me, it's like there's infinite ways you could do things, and I just can't see it sometimes. some things sometimes are very clear to me, and it's like I know exactly what I want, but other times if it's unclear in my head, it's I can't do it. Like I get so stuck. Um Let me see, because I have it on my computer. So let me just download it real quick. I have the script. It's just this one part. I'm like, but this has been a part that's always been an issue for me, honestly, even since I wrote it like last year. I was like, I don't know what to do with this part, but you'll see what I mean in a minute. Let me get it. I'm gonna get it. Let me see. I'm looking on my computer here. Hold on a second. Is it not? It's on my other one. It's on this one. And all right, here it is. Okay. So this is for, so it's storyboard. Oh, I don't even have it in here. What? Okay. Hold on. Let's see. Sketches? Oh, okay, okay. Okay. I got it. I found it. I found it. So this is, yeah. Okay, so download that and then put it in here. Portugal won. You could have lost your dollar. Oh my god. Okay. So 6 and then move folder. So it's gonna be episode 6 part 4. Alright. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick while this is downloading, and I'll be right back. Okay. So I'm gonna let that download and I'll be right back, and then we're gonna go through this and actually get it done so I can give it to my artist and we can get going from there. Okay. I just remembered too that I have to pick an idea for the 20K Draw This in Your Style. I want to do San and Gia, but I'm not sure what theme to do. We did beach last time, so I kind of don't want to do beach again because we did it last time. And we did it for, it was like for the Draw This in Your Style we had before, but then it was also for Gia's birthday. You're good, I gotta go get your pet snake because food in the freezer. Okay. Okay. So I have it downloaded here. Alright, you guys are gonna get like a sneak peek of one of the next episodes. What am I doing? Okay. So, this episode isn't gonna come out until, oh, you brought your phone with you, okay. This episode doesn't come out until August. So it's gonna be, this is like a major sneak peek. But I'm eating M&Ms, by the way, if you hear me chomping. Okay, there's not really anybody in here right now, so I'm just gonna tell you what happened. So, well, actually, let me show you. I'll just show you what happened. I'm not gonna show all of it, but I'll show you kind of like what we got going on. Let's see, where are we? We are episode, I don't know, what episode? Hold on a second, let me see. Okay, episode 6, part 3. I really like this episode. I really like this episode. This one's fun. So this is episode 6, part 3. So this is like my favorite panel. We have this moment here. Gia slipping, falling. San catching her, of course. Her getting really flustered by his amazing pectorals. Because, like, who wouldn't? He's holding her. I like this one too. Oh my god. He's so hot. Oh my god, it's like jump scare because he's like so fine. Okay, hold on, because these M&Ms are like making me thirsty. Hold on. Okay, I got water. It could be the M&Ms, it could be San. I don't know. Maybe both. Okay, so we have just like I think this panel's kind of funny too. Right? Why not both? Like, oh my god, he is so fine. He's so fine. Okay, so San being San in this episode. This is like so adorable. I love this. Sometimes I like to throw little chibis in here just to like make it not so serious because the story's like really serious sometimes. And also they're just like so cute as chibis. But yeah, so basically what's happening here is well, clearly what's happening here is that Gia's very flustered by San. But like what's happening in this part of the episode is Gia is sort of sort of finally convinced San to work with her, and that's kind of like what's going on here. He was bleeding, so she's like doing his bandages and things, and they're talking. They're sort of like having a really awkward conversation because this is the first time that they're talking to each other really in this way, one on one, in like 7 years. So he does not want to talk. She's trying to sort of like make small talk and trying to like ease the situation. Who wouldn't be flustered by San, right? Like, come on, like for real. So like he's obviously not here to have any kind of conversation with her. She's obviously still in her doctor role, so she's trying to be very, professional still. And here he's sort of breaking the he's like been sort of breaking the professionalism because he's just kind of like calling her out like, Gia, we fucked before, like obviously we can't be professional. Like that's basically what's like going on. That's like the vibe. And here he's obviously being affected by her being married, and poor San. Pobrecito. Okay, so that's like the vibe there. And this is where I get stuck. So, gosh, this is like, if we can say this is like the climax of the scene. That's basically where we're at in the scene. San just basically acknowledged the elephant in the room, if you will. He was holding her hand and he was like, why do you care about anything that I'm going through when we haven't been in a relationship, we haven't talked, we have nothing to do with each other, and also you're married. That's like kind of basically what he was going on about. And so here she's like still trying to be Dr. Gia. She's like, let's just pretend like that never happened. Basically. So he's obviously not going to be happy about that. And he's kind of just like, what the hell do you mean? We're just going to pretend like we don't know each other and that's how you want this to be. That's like the vibe here. But he's kind of an asshole. So he's like, so tell me about your husband. That's what he's like right here. He says, how is your husband? And she's like, like short-circuiting. She's obviously not trying to talk about it. So, you won't know that now, but the reason why he's saying it like he is here is because, she left him for her husband. So, that's gonna come out like a little bit later. So all the reader would get right now is just the fact that he's kind of like being a little bit of an asshole. But there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. And it's a justifiable reason. He's upset because she ended their engagement because they were engaged. And then she went off to marry some other guy, so that's where that episode ends. So that's what is going to be coming up, and that's how we end up in the new episode that we're in, that I need to finish doing the storyboard for. Let's see. Okay, so the next part of that would be, it's like we just finished where we were, so he's like still standing here, and I'm like, okay, I need this panel. And so this is where I get confused about how I want to show this, because in my head, I know how it looks like in a three-dimensional space if it was like a movie or like a TV show or something, but like to like break it down frame by frame, I can't figure it out. Like how, like what should go first, which angle I need to show it in. Like that's where I get stuck on these storyboards sometimes, even if I do have sort of an idea of what I need to show. So it's like he's standing behind her, kind of like in the same way he was in the last panel. She's kind of like rummaging through her shit here, and she has like this roll of gauze here. So basically he's saying like, answer me, like stop messing with the stuff, right? He's like, give me that. Like stop doing shit and look at me and answer me. So he's taking it out of her hands. This is like what this is supposed to show. And he's supposed to just like sort of be saying what he says and toss it at the same time. So like that's kind of like what this is. He's supposed to kind of be like Gia, like toss it. But this doesn't capture really what's in my head. So I had another panel, I think I kind of like showed it a little bit earlier, but right here. This is more so what I'm thinking, where he would be like, oops, he'd be like, Gia. And he's sort of tossing it like from her hand. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. It's like, how do I... So it's like he... Whoops. So he's here. He's like, look at me. And then he's like, don't act coy now. He has that. He takes it out of her hand. And then it would be this one. Like he's sort of just like tossing it onto the counter. And so she's like, oh my god, like exclamation mark, right? But the important thing here is that like in this shot that my artist had, he's still kind of like far away from her, and the rest of this is kind of off. So it's supposed to be like he's like almost like she's like this, but he's like this, right? Does that make sense? He's like right kind of like on her a little bit here. And I wanted that because I want him to feel like very imposing in this scene, or in this part of the scene. Like he is really getting into her personal, like not even like personal space. He's like getting into a place that she's not comfortable with interacting with him in, both in what he's talking about and in the way that he's like kind of being very imposing and things to her right here. So I wanted to make sure that I'm showing it physically with him and the way that he's positioned next to her, if that makes sense. So if I use this panel, I have to figure out the next panel. So the next one would be Gia says, I'm sorry. But it's like San looking at her. I think this might work. Like I could probably still use something like this where it's just his face looking at her because he's already looking at her here. But this panel here, I have to look at the script to see exactly what, I feel like I have to just do this right now, because if I like put this away, I'm probably not gonna get back to it in time. So I think we just need to kind of like go through it right now while I'm in the mood to look at it. So let me look at the script. So I have to like break this out. Let's see, it's on. Yeah. So we're doing episode 6, part 4. So let's see. He's like, answer me, look at me. Don't quit now, Gia. I'm sorry, you're right. Similar to this, but with her facing away from Sun towards the counter. Okay, so this panel is supposed to look like this. So it's supposed to be like, so see how he's like right behind her? So this one is supposed to be like this, like the counter. And that's good to go through it now. Yeah, because I won't go back to this if I don't do it right now. Okay, so the counter's here. You know, she has her stuff here, whatever. She's kind of like, or maybe I could do it kind of like off center a little bit. So it's like her stuff's here. And she's right here. So she's like kind of looking down, right? Or whatever here. And she's got her stuff. But then San is going to be behind her because he's right here. And then we have that panel of him looking, which was kind of like, it was just like him looking like this at her. It's like a big panel like that. So it's like this to that to then this, and he's kind of like, does he have his hand? No, because he lifted his hand up and he tossed the stuff here. I don't know if I should put his hand down now. Let me see. So he takes the gauze, he looks down at her. I think I'm gonna do the same panel, like the same thing. He's gonna have this arm down and be kind of like this, like right behind her. So she's gonna look like that. And there's Gia. He's gonna be kind of like this. And this is 6. Actually, this is, so she's like, I shouldn't have asked. Okay. I think I could probably do another one where I'm like, Actually, no. I know, right? Like, you see my really bad sketches, and then you see what my artist can do. It'll look good. It'll look good once we get there. How can I draw like you? So I don't draw anything. My artist draws things though. And I'm sure they would say lots of practice and studying. um, she's like, I shouldn't have asked such personal questions. Just forget it. But I feel like maybe shouldn't ask such personal questions. Just forget it. And then he kind of like leans into her here after. So I think I could go like, just forget it at the bottom. But I almost want to like put emphasis on this. I almost want to like add another panel. Because it would be like a wide, like, or like a mid shot like this, but then it would be like a close up of her. And then, but maybe, so this is the shit that I'm talking about. Like, like somebody else can come up with this stuff for me, because I don't know. I'm just a writer. Like, I just write the stuff and I just know the vibes, but the specific kind of stuff they can do, and what you do is very well. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. VX listener, spicy. Okay, well let me just continue the way that I wrote it, and then I will look again in a minute. So the panel that I have here, he's supposed to go tish, whatever that is. I don't know how to do it. Like, I can hear it, but like, what am I trying to say here? Like that? Whatever that sound is. So he's like that, and then he's supposed to kind of like lean into her. So it's like he was right there and she's facing the counter here. So she's like, you know, she's like trying to avoid his eyes and stuff here. And just like, so he's gonna be like right on her. This is the same arm, and he's gonna be kind of like here. Like this. Looks really weird, but yeah. So he's kind of just like, this is the counter. He's kind of just like leaning over her. So he says it was easy for you to forget. Okay, and then, all right, this panel is supposed to be just his arm on the counter. lots of his arm just being like, his hand just being on the counter here. But let's see. Vertical panel showing his arm blocking her in. So let's do this one like. Let's do this one like. It'll be like a side shot. Like this. So it's like his hand and then like her hand. Like this. And he's like. So she's like this. And he'll be kind of like right here. Oh my god, this is so bad. Alright. Something like that. Yeah. Do you like kind of see what I'm doing here? Like, it looks kind of crazy, but so, okay. Like, reviewing Gia. He says something here. Oh, she's like, I'm sorry. This is Gia. She says, I'm sorry. He's looking at her. And then she's like, I shouldn't have asked such personal questions. He's sort of like right here still. And his hand's on the counter. And then he just like leans down a little bit more. I feel like maybe this should be different then. Maybe it should be like a little bit more zoomed in since the other one is also the same kind of a panel. So like maybe this one might be a little bit more like that or something. Okay, so he's like that. And then it could be something like this. I feel like it's really repetitive. Because he's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 panels of him like right on her, but also I'm not mad about him being right on her, but I don't know what else for him to be doing right now. Oh, actually, this panel was supposed to be, it wasn't even supposed to be them all together like that. It was supposed to be zoomed in like this. That's what I was kind of going for here. It's supposed to be more like that. Like, almost like something like that. Whoops. Oh. So he says, but I haven't forgotten. Okay. So something like that. And then, so he's like, but I haven't forgotten about you. But what are my notes here? Showing a panel of Gia's eyes. Oh, okay. Now I gotta draw. So I have to draw like these couple of different panels here. So he's like, he's like, but I haven't forgotten so I wrote showing a panel of Gia's eyes, lip bite, about to cry, San's eyes low, lips close to her ear, sexy seductive panel can be Maybe 2 panels if you need it to be the long vertical. He's coming off, imposing, invading. Those are the notes I wrote that I have to decipher. So, showing a panel of Gia's eyes. So maybe I meant like showing a panel of her eyes. So it was like just her eyes. And like she's like about to cry or something. And then the next panel was her lip. Like she's like biting her lip or like something like that. I don't know if that's what I meant. Showing a panel of Jill's eyes, lip eye about to cry, San's eyes, lips close to her ear. Maybe this was all one panel. Actually, maybe this was all just like one sort of thing. Like it was like, this is Gia's had her eyes and she's like looking and I guess biting her lip here. Showing a panel of Gia's eyes. I guess like that, and then that's a lot of panels. What you just read. Yeah, I have no idea how to storyboard. Don't ask me. I'm sure there's a way better way of showing this, but I wouldn't know how to do that. All I know is what's in my head, and that's all I got. The individual frames of this, I have no idea. I don't know how to show it. Like, I don't know how to show what's in my head. Like, this in my head is not even what I'm drawing. I have no idea how to show it. Like, his lips are near her ear. Something like that. Looks really creepy. Thank you. And then so it's supposed to be like this, and then it's supposed to be like her chin and her necklace, but it's like zoomed in, so it's like, and then probably her lips like right here. Necklace. About us, and then showing a panel of her ring and his hand over hers, still on the counter. His hands, so it's on hers. I shouldn't have us. Such personal questions. Okay. Let me go back to the other episode that I had. Actually, let me see. Oh, see, that's kind of like one of the panels I was thinking. But she's supposed to be like, it's like this, but like flip the counter. So it's like, instead of the counter being to the side, the counter would be like in front, and he's kind of like behind her like that. I haven't forgotten about you. So, like, I do like this though. Speaking of panels, what does that mean when making a webcomic, when making an episode? Like, you mean like the panel thing? Like, so this is like a panel. Panel being, oh, excuse me. I consider panels just being like the individual like art that we put in here. So like this one drawing is a panel, this one is a panel, this is a panel. That's what I do to understand what it is. And then like this whole thing I call like a page. So if I was like talking to my artist, I'd be like, oh, on page 1, like the 3rd panel down, which would be like this one, right? It's like 3 right here. So this is like the one panel here. Yeah. I don't know. So she did like finish kind of like a lot of it, but there was just something like really completely off with it. It's really just like the next couple of panels and that's it. Like, but I think what I was confused about here was like from where he throws the gauze that she's holding, right? He like takes it out of her hand and he kind of just like tosses it out of her hand. She's facing the counter. And so I think when I first started looking at it, like for the panels, I was like, it would be really repetitive, like how I feel like it's repetitive right now because he's like right behind her and it's just like basically showing him behind her. I think I was starting to think like, okay, yeah, maybe it would work if she turned around, because my artist had turned her around at some point. Here, like I don't know why or like how she turned around, because she was not facing him here and still not facing him here, but then in the next panel she's facing him, and then that's how we kind of get to this and this and like the rest of it. So I still really want her to be like not facing him here during this part of it, because she's gonna have a moment in a minute where she kind of like blows up at him. So like after he is like kind of like touching her and stuff like that, it's about here, excuse me, he like touches her, it's about here that she's gonna push him off of her. But the way that I wrote it was just that she turns around. She like turns really quickly and pushes him. But everything before that is her back to him. So it's like she's got a back to him here. Back would be to him here throughout this part of the conversation. But I haven't forgotten about you. So like this one right here, I do kind of like that, but I think maybe I just have to like flip her around. So like let me just screenshot it and I'll just like flip her myself and then I'll see if I like it or not. So I'll just do it like this and I'll just do like that's how it would be. Cause she's supposed to be behind him here. So something like that. Certain panels of scenes she's trying to go over better to see how it would look and such. Oh, okay. I may need to end the scene. What do you mean? The scene's gonna end, of course. It's just this part because this part is like it's like building to her pushing him off of her. Because like I said in the first couple let's see. I don't know where I put it. Okay, like here. Like I already have this panel of him putting his hand down. So I don't want to do it again because I already have it here. So I don't want to have to emphasize this again. And then he's like this, and I feel like I already have this. We already have this here, so I don't want to repeat it in the new episode. But I don't really know what they should be doing because there's really not a whole lot that they can be doing right now. So it's basically just them standing there. And then we already have like this kind of a shot. And so I swear, like, this stuff feels like literal math to me. Like, I don't want to do it. It's way too complicated for me to try to be doing this and figuring this out. And I just have no idea. Like, I just don't know the art stuff to know how to do this. But if I can just kind of get like a baseline right now, I do have somebody that I can ask about the storyboard part of this, but I'll just try to get like a baseline of like what I'm thinking, and then I'll probably just ask them. Probably just ask them. Yeah, but like I can see it in my head, but I don't know how to show it. That's why I'm like, so I'm like so annoyed because I'm like, I don't know how to show what's in my head on a 2-dimensional like screen. And I don't have the skill to draw it. So it's like nothing's gonna get accomplished here. Like nothing's gonna get accomplished because I don't know how to do the perspectives. I don't know how to show the angles, and like that's like in my head. Like I can't, I just don't have the skill to draw it. So it's like it's not gonna do what I need it to do. But these panels here, like and then it's like different too, because like I said, like in my head it's like I see it like continuous in my head, but then to put it in the comic format, you have to like, it's like you're pausing a movie like every second and getting these like shots, and I can never figure out which ones to really stop at. Do you know what I mean? Like, because it's just like all sort of happening at once, and I don't know if that makes sense. So for me to like, then I have to like break it down into like individual things. But I already did that for this one. Now it's just a matter of me trying to capture it like in the 2D. So that's me. This is me attempting to capture it in the 2D. And like I said, I don't know how to draw. So I'm like, this, it's like something like this in my head, but like, I don't know if that's really gonna help my artist understand what it is that's in my head. But yeah. So like for this whole scene, it's like 4 seconds in my head. It's like Gia puts his hand down, he's leaning over her, he's like, and then she's like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked, personal questions, like this is right here, he's his hands here, then he's like, it was easy for you to forget, but I haven't forgotten about us, or he says about you, about us, about Taehyung. And then she pushes him. It's like 4 seconds. And like it's like 17 panels. Like, but like I have to kind of like, I'm like trying to create like the moments with these different shots and like sit in the tension of it. Do you know what I mean? So there's like the angles, and there's like, like the dialogue is like spread out so we can like sit in the moment, even though in my head it's like Gia, she says what she says, and then like I said, he's like, I haven't forgotten, you haven't forgotten about us, about and then it's like 4 seconds, you know what I mean? So yeah. So let's, oh shit. Oh no, what did I do with it? Where did it go? Hold on. I was gonna say let's like look back at the thing, but Okay, here it is. So let's go back into this and see where we are. So see, it's like he's like, but I haven't forgotten, and that's like a moment. It's like I need that dialogue to sit for a minute in this moment. And then he's like, about you. And it's like a pause. But like in real life, it probably wouldn't be so long of a pause. But like in the comic, it's going to be like this huge kind of like scrolling moment. And then another like about us. You're taking like a couple moments to like scroll it. And then he says about Taeyang, and it's like a couple moments to scroll it. So it's like slower, it's like more intentional. And those have to be like 3 specific moments, because also with the visuals in this, like just specifically with the visuals in the comic, I'm trying to do a lot of things. Like, so not only is he saying like for this specific thing, I haven't forgotten about you. And when I wrote it in a script for this part about you, this is supposed to emphasize Gia's expression. So I don't really mind this panel. That's why I just took it and I put it here. Because I really wanted to make sure that you see Gia's face and her expression. She's gonna have like wide eyes, sort of the same expression she had in the other panel, in the colored version. And then here about us, this one was supposed to be a panel of her chest with her necklace. So if she's here, so it's like about you. So this one could either be, it could be either one of these. About us was supposed to be her necklace. So it could be something like this. Close up, or my artist, oh, she didn't do anything for that. It could, I mean, like, the way I drew it doesn't have to be the angle that it's at. Like, it could easily also be this angle, but like with Gia. So I'm gonna just screenshot it, and you know, I wrote it like this, so we're just gonna also have it be, you know, I'll give my artist like the option to do it either way. So then it'll be, you know, like this will just be Gia. There you go. But like the necklace will be here. And maybe like a little bit more facing us so you can like see the necklace or something. But the point is that this is supposed to sit on about us. So like either one. About us, about you, about us. And then the last one about Taeyang is a panel of their hands. So even though I have their hands, like I have his hand, I have his hand, I have his hand, but then it's like, I mean, they do touch hands a lot in this episode, but like this, like she has him sort of like going to like hold her hand, but I think I wrote it where it's like their hands are just kind of like this, like his, like obviously her hand is the other way, but his hand is here, and so their hands are just kind of like near each other. Yeah, but see, I'm not doing the storyboard. I wrote the script, I have the references and the direction. I just need to get this across as best as I can, so then I can have my artist do the storyboard, and then I can go from there. And like the actual storyboard. And then see if that actually is what I'm imagining in my head. See if she captures it. But see, like, this isn't quite when she went through the script and I explained everything. These panels weren't quite what I was capturing in my head. So now I have to go through it again and I have to try to figure out exactly how to change it up a little bit. Which is fine because sometimes there's, you know, some miscommunications and things, or like even if I explain something, like it just might not be explained well enough or like clear enough to or like to give directions. It might not be clear enough to really get the idea. And that's like the hardest part. Like being the artist and doing everything is way different than being the writer and then having to rely on an artist to draw the stuff that's in your head, because it's like I said, like I have it all in my head, but then to try to, it's almost like, it's honestly the best way that I can try to explain what this feels like is honestly trying to talk to somebody in a different language, because that's basically what I have to do. Like I'm not an artist, so I don't have the art skills or the knowledge to be able to communicate in an art way. So I have to take my words and I have to try to make the words and any reference pictures I find do the best that I can make it for my artist to understand the vision in my head. And it's truly like communicating in different languages and having a language barrier. And sometimes even with me doing this and like going through this process and like changing things and like we go back and forth, like sometimes at the end of the day, like it still isn't quite exactly what I have in my head. And there's really not, like it's close enough that it works, but it's like there's like, unless I like act it out, there's really no way for me to like give them what's in my head. Like it's literally just the words, the way I can describe it. And it's so challenging. It really is challenging to be just the writer and not be able to just have the control of being able to like do everything myself, and just like, oh, I have an image in my head and I can just draw it and it's like, oh, there it is. Like, so I've been trying to learn how to draw the last couple years, really, so I could communicate better with my artists. Like that was really the whole entire point of me drawing. Otherwise I wouldn't draw at all. I have no reason to draw. I'm not an artist, nor do I ever like plan on doing anything with that. It's literally only so I can communicate with my artists and literally do this kind of stuff. And when I first started to draw, I had no idea how to do even like this kind of stuff, like just super basic kind of things. I had no idea. And so I had to learn, and it still is really hard. It's still really difficult. That's why I don't do this myself, because I don't have as much patience as you guys. I couldn't try to do this myself. So but like I said, I don't have the skills to even try to do this myself, so I don't. Yeah, but like in person, when you like direct, like when you're in person, it's way different. Like if I was doing this for like a K-drama, I could just like there's the light, this is the angle. I could like move the people the way I wanted them to move. Like that's like way different. Like it's a three-dimensional space and there's no skill for me involved to show what I need it to be like, because I just have to either show with myself or with the person. But since this is, it's like taking what's in my head translating it into like a two-dimensional form, that's takes a level of skill that I just haven't developed yet to do. So and if I could learn how to draw like overnight, then I might not need my artist, but we all know that's not going to happen. So in the meantime, while I'm doing this, I have to just keep trying my best to keep learning, to be able to basically communicate in a visual sense with my artists and things. But yeah, and then like I said, some things it is really challenging. Like some scenes, like I said earlier, there's some scenes and some moments I just really can't figure out. Like I'll write everything about it, but there's so many different ways that it could be directed, like Munchu says, and I just am too indecisive to decide how it should look in a two-dimensional space. So in those moments, I do really have to rely on my artist's knowledge and skills and experience and things to kind of take the context of the scene and the vibe and everything, and kind of they like will do like fill in those gaps for me in the visual like art part, right? But other things are very, very strong. Like the whole sequence of episode 1, very strong in my head. Very strong visuals. I knew exactly how I wanted it to be. And so I think like the sequencing of episode 1 is really done well because I had such a strong vision of what it was going to be. And then my artist, I was able to communicate that to my artist, and then, you know, my artist obviously did, you know, what she does and made it look really amazing. Yeah, for something like this where I'm just like, okay. Yeah, trying to like there's like a lot going on, like I said, like trying to show like the visual side, and then making sure that it's dynamic, because otherwise it could just be like the same angle the whole time, and obviously that's not going to be very interesting. So trying to make sure that it's dynamic too. But you can see like this is how my artist interpreted it, so you can see like the way that the camera's like shifting. You know, it's like here, then it's like here, then we get more sun, it's down here. So there's like a lot of different angles and things. So I'm trying to make sure that I still keep it the same kind of like dynamic way like she had it. But okay, so we're on About You, and it was like these two, and then About Us. There's just some shot of her necklace that's emphasized. So we have that, and then this statement she makes about Taehyung. I think this could work, this panel here. But I don't know if I want him to be holding, like going to reach for her hand. Like I said, I think I just want it to be that they're like his hands like next to hers, like maybe like slightly touching it, because it's not like he's reaching for her hand. It's just that they're very close in proximity, because he's already been touching her and like invading her space. So it's not so much that he's like going to touch her hand, like he already did that. So this one's just more that it's like her hands on the counter, and then his hands like here, and like his thumb is like touching her like, hand or something. It's like this or something like that. or it could be like any other angle or something, but either way, it's that is the vibe that he's like next to her. Okay. And then the next one, so he's like about Taeyong. Oh, you know what? I lied. Hold on. Okay. I need to have her turn. Yeah. So she's gonna reach for this gauze here, I think. I think she's gonna reach for it here. Or she's gonna have it in her hand or something. Gauze. And then it was easy for you. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. He's gonna be. See, I might have to switch this because he's gonna be right here, which means he's gonna be blocking her, and I don't know if that's gonna look good. If he's like blocking her like that. So I might have to switch that one to something else. I hate this so much. I truly do. Oh my god. Like, you don't understand the physical pain that I have right now doing this. Oh my god. I need an M&M. Some M&Ms. It's a struggle. Oh my god. Just the scene. Just this one right here. Or just this moment right here. Alright, well, let me just keep going, because either way, I know that he is still behind her. So, she's gonna have to turn around. Hello. Sorry, I'm like... I'm like fully into this right now. She needs to, see, it's like, okay. About Tay. This is one panel. Then I have to show her reacting. Then I have to show her pushing San. Then I have to show her face, because her face is going to have some reaction here. And then there's a panel of both of them. So it's like 5 panels here. And I can see it in my head. I just can't draw it. I can see it in my head about Tay. These could probably be the same panel. I think these need to be the same panel. So instead of his hand, I'm gonna do it, it's her reaction. So he's gonna go about us. Yeah, and then it's about Tay, and that's her reaction. So she's gonna have like wide eyes. Right? There's wide eyes. Because she's reacting here, I'm gonna put the text here. So the text is first, and then the panel of her reacting is here. Because if I put it like this, then it's like it would read as if she's reacting to nothing. And then he says it. When you're scrolling, it's gonna feel weird. So I have to do about Tay here, like above, and then you see her react. So that's how I personally do the text, is just so I can make it easy for myself. Like, panel, there's text here and there's text here, or there's text here, there's text on the panel, and then there's text like off the panel, like that. So I like to do it like that, like, so it's like whatever's happening on the panel, this is the context around it, but this is what's happening before the panel or like during the panel, and then it can lead into, like, if you're scrolling, this is either finishing what's on the panel or it's leading into what's happening on this panel, if that makes sense. So that's kind of how I do that. So that's why this would have to be on top here. So we took care of that. Now we have to see her push him, because she is behind or like in front of him. So I have to show her turning and pushing him. And the way that my artist did it was because she was already in front of him, like this. So she just pushes him like that. But now because she's behind him, or like her back is facing him, like this, I have to figure out how I want to show that, again, in a two-dimensional way. In one frame, in a two-dimensional way, the action of her pushing him. So it's like it's not like, oh, like she pushes him, so draw that. It's like that's an action. That's like her turning and pushing. So in a three-dimensional way, like a TV show, that just happens. But now I have to break that down into movements and the dynamic action of that and figure out like what angle is the most appropriate, what, you know, what moment works the best for that. Like, should I already have her turned partially, or should I just show it like how my artist did it, like it's just her hands and it's like a smaller panel, or do I want it like a bigger panel of her doing it, like, you know what I mean? Like of her actually like twisting her body and pushing him. I don't know. I'm leaning more towards this though, like a small panel of just like her hands pushing him, just to make it easy and not have to show so much of her like twisting and turning and things. But I would just hope that the decision of doing that makes sense, because if you know from the other panel that her back is to him, I would hope that the context is that you get that she turned her body to push him. Do you know what I mean? Because otherwise it's like, wait, wasn't her body facing away from him? So how is it all of a sudden that in this small panel she's pushing him and she's facing him? So I would just have to hope that you get the context of it, that she turned around and pushed him. Do you see what I mean? Exactly, Yuki. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not, it's not as simple as it seems. Like, and again, maybe for like artists or something, it's pretty simple, but like for me, it's not simple. It's like so many decisions, and I am the most indecisive person. So the less decisions I have to make, the better. Because otherwise I'll like literally be here for like days trying to figure this out. And look at me, like I've been here for probably a month. Like this is like supposed to be done like a month ago, and just haven't been able to finish it. So thank you guys for hanging out with me and helping me finish it. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna go with that, and I'm gonna just rely on you guys to understand the context of the situation, that she turned her body and she pushed him, because we're gonna skip over showing that she turns, and I'm just going to choose this frame to be the one that is the one that you see. So hopefully that does what I need it to do. And we'll go from there. Yeah, no, yeah, totally. And if anybody is here that wants to do a comic, just know that these are the kind of things that you have to do. But yeah, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna actually just screenshot it so I don't have to even attempt to try to draw that. We're just going to do exactly what she did and throw it right here. So, and we're almost done. Like, we're almost done. There's like a few more panels. So this would be her shouting stop, right? And we're gonna throw that down here. Take that down here. Okay, so now we have her pushing Sun. So now we gotta do her face reaction. Which, like, we just had a face reaction, but this is gonna be the one of her, sort of like the aftermath of her pushing him. So the idea that I had here was, like, I'm not even, you know what? We're not even gonna draw this. I'm just gonna screenshot what I have on my laptop. Um, I want to do a comic, and man, it's gonna suck having to do what you're doing right now. Yeah. The storyboard part is like probably the hardest part, for sure. Yeah, because of the decisions. But like once you do that, and then then you just have to do the lines and the color and things like that. It's more technical at that point. So it's just a matter of like getting it done. Do you know what I mean? So this is what I have. Like this is like what I have on my script as a reference for this moment that I'm talking about. So this is after she pushed him. So it's supposed to be like, and again, because I'm not like a professional storyboard artist or an artist in general, maybe it doesn't have to be shown in so many panels, but this is just the best way that I can break down the action that's in my head. So it's like, you see her necklace, he says what he says about Taeyang, you see her face, and maybe it's not her whole face, maybe it's just like her eyes or something, I don't know. I'm gonna let my artist kind of decide on that. You'll see her hands pushing him, and I just have that you'll see her face kind of like this and like the movement, so you can see that she's facing him now. So, but this would be like more, I don't know, maybe like more panel. It'd be like a bigger, I'll just say like a half body or something like that. Like just like a little bit more panel of her doing that. Or maybe I'll, not half body, but like, I'll say like chest up. Like more like chest up. And then, okay. So we have her face react, and then there's a panel of them both. So the same exact thing that I have on my thing here, I'm gonna put, and let me just double check what she put here. Yeah, so she had like a big panel like this, and then the next panel is kind of like this longer full body one. So it's pretty much the same exact thing that I had on my storyboard, but I'm just gonna again I'm just gonna screenshot what I have here. So this is the reference that I put. Because it's like, yeah, we had Gia, but I want to get San's reaction now, and I wanted to kind of get back into this more like imposing kind of vibe that he's giving. So here we would really get to see his reaction to her pushing him, but he'd be a little bit farther, obviously, because she just pushed him, so he would be like a little bit back a little bit. Like that. So she says please here. And then this would go here. And then that's it. That's like the part that really was like messing me up. So, but I'm sure the rest of it is gonna give me a headache too. But let's see what else I need to do for it. So that's that part. And then we're gonna see her face. She's like, just stop. Which is what she had here, which is fine. So I'm literally just gonna screenshot it. And then this is kind of like the same. So I'm gonna do just do this one. Okay, so we're gonna do that, and that one can go here. And then this one. I think I might want to do this one like a front facing. Like she's on the side, but I might want to do front facing. Oh, actually, no, we just had a front facing one there, so I'm not gonna do front facing on that. Okay, so for this part here, I'm gonna do okay. Okay. Alright. I am gonna come off my YouTube live so I can play some music. So I will see you guys later on YouTube.